Dark Alliance 1 was pretty good. Have fun at work, WCW. And I will be taking a dump within the next 50 minutes. Still freaks me out that it tells me it's going to initialize my memory card to make a save. Licensed by Hasbro. Oh shit, we're actually starting exactly where the last game took off.
Welcome, my friends. Your presence means I can count Eldrith dead. I am Mordok Salanir. You've been such a boon to my allies, who will be overjoyed to learn that they can begin rebuilding the Onyx Tower for their own. Now, it's only fitting that I offer you the hospitality of my keep in reward. I'm sure you'll find its dungeons to your liking. Seize them.
We've been thunder seized. Why is my voice all fucked up? Well, tell you what, game is anything like the last game, gonna be awesome. So for Hasbro's sake, and for the Wizards of the Coast's sake, and Black Isles' sake, they better have fucking stuck true to the formula. Woo! Subtits are already on. Necromancer! Okay, so they actually made his class a barbarian this time. Makes sense why I was able to just go clubbing the entire time I was playing the last game. Even though he was an archer, he was way more of a barbarian. Screw it, we'll play as Danny Filth.
Centuries of conquest and scattered settlements have done nothing to tame the monster-filled reaches of the Western Heartlands. Perhaps it is for this reason that the realm welcomes ambitious adventurers, and Baldur's Gate, its greatest city, calls to them like a siren luring mariners to their doom. Why do they heed the city's song, these brave and wandering souls? Some for the greater good, others for wealth, for power, for glory. Some do not know why themselves. This resistance gathering against Baldur's Gate, of the hateful spirit of Eldrith the Betrayer, of a black tower of onyx in which she seethes and plots. Adventurers flock to the Western Heartlands to forge their destinies in the fire of battle. Even now, some make their way down the tradeway, moving southwards towards Baldur's Gate. Fortune favors the bold, adventurer. Do not falter.
Alrighty then.
I thought that would be my last fight. I'm Kaira, a caravan guard. Not terribly, no. But I'm grateful for your concern.
She's not terribly wounded. She's just hunched over and bleeding out of her gut. She's fine.
We were ambushed by the Red Fang marauders. They took some of us away. Please, just lend an ear. Some of the marauders took prisoners into the Trollbark Forest, southwest of here. But most of them continued southeast to Wayfork Village. They're going to raid it, or burn it. You must help, please. Monsters, brigands, mostly goblin kind. They've been raiding around Baldur's Gate for months. The city soldiers can't find
I think she's
them.
lying.
Up. So, will you help?
Well, it looks like leveling up is a lot easier in this game. Man, that guy sucked. Wasn't I supposed to go like southwest or something? Good. You lied to me. I can't go southwest if you... No, I don't. Really? I can't use the Warhammer? Warhammer? Ugh. Be really nice if it could stop, like, getting warm and getting cold. Outside. Thank you for the blessings. Killing birds. Bird killing. Motherfucker. Keep forgetting. It's a good thing I said. Starting at exactly 4 p.m. Not 17 hours. We have not been playing this game for 17 hours. That's a flat out lie. There we go. Aha! Yeah. These guys aren't overpowered or anything. Come on, skeleton. Do work. So, funny story about unemployment. Get all excited. I look at my phone yesterday because I have an email saying that I have correspondence. Oh, you guys actually looked at the case that's been sitting in ponderation for fucking 2 months. I really thought they were just gonna yell at me because I didn't do my stupid thing where like I put in the fact that like, you know, like I've looked for a job and all that shit yet. I look at this thing and I get 2 correspondences, right? One tells me that I was supposed to have registered for Michigan Works. Where it's like, we're past this point. I've done that. I'm registered with Michigan Works. And then I get another one telling me the opposite, that they've changed in the system that I've registered for fucking Michigan Works. So when I look at my correspondences or my payouts or whatever the fuck it says, it doesn't say that I didn't register for Michigan Works on the first 2. It just says that there's an open non-monetary issue. Okay, I'm so happy you guys in the last month have figured out that I've registered for Michigan Works. I need you to figure out and communicate with me what the motherfucking open non-monetary issue is. Oh, dude, it's insane. I have no hope they're going to pay me. There's no hope with dope. And, I need it to be March 11th. And what I need to happen between now and March 11th is I need there to be no hiccups on me getting my goddamn license. Like, that's all. Like, that's all I need to happen. Is that too much to ask from the world? Can you just make one thing happen correctly, please? And just give me my license. That's all I need. I just need my license. Please, Michigan. That's all I want. I will stop talking shit about unemployment. I will stop saying that I hate this state if you guys just get my license in my fucking hands. That's all I ask. I paid for it. I paid for it 3 times, okay? I paid for the state exam, I paid for the courses, and I paid for the fucking licensure. I paid for this, okay? I don't need unemployment if you can get this fucking thing in my goddamn hands. In my possession, some way. I beg you, please. Just give me my license. We're on day 9 of a 14-day waiting period. On day 14, I don't want to hear no shit about fucking, I I don't want to hear any bullshit about open non-monetary issues and shit, okay? Well, you see, even though you actually passed the exam on paper, I don't want none of that shit, okay? Just give me 1 second here. Read something really quick, just to make sure. Just to make sure everything should be. Okay, just had to read that for. Alright, just had to read that for sanity purposes, just to make sure that I've done everything right up to this point. Just waiting for Michigan to just come up with some bullshit to be like, well, you applied for your license in February. February is a disqualifying month. We don't accept any applications for licensure in the month of February. In fact, you should have done that in January, and the fact that you didn't, you're going to have to wait another year. That's a typical Michigan government fucking interaction right there. There was a time I tried getting my car registered at the Secretary of State. This is back when I got my Nissan. The lady was like, yeah, you don't have a receipt. Therefore, I cannot accept this title. And I was like, okay. So I call the guy that I got the car from, go see him, get the receipt from him, go back, talk to a different lady. They don't even ask me for a fucking receipt. That's the only time I've ever been asked for a receipt at the Secretary of State for fucking registering a car. Are you kidding me? I don't feel like doing my job right now, so I'm gonna have to ask you to go to the fuck to the back of the line. That's what she basically told me to do. That's what's killing me about this unemployment bullshit, where it's like, you're mad that you have to pay me for not having a job, but you're refusing to do yours and you're getting paid. I don't see much of a fucking difference. I just want my goddamn, I just want my national producer number. Like, that's all I want. All I want from you guys. Just please. 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 Make it happen. I need it to happen in the next, like, 11 days. I need to be paid in the next 18 days. It's, you know, it's a good thing that I've been broke as a joke before, and I've lived through being broke as a joke, and I can do it all the time. I feel bad for anyone out there. Dude, trust me. If you've never been broke a day in your life, where you've always had money, like if you've always had some backup plan, well, I mean, I'm not knocking you in any which way, shape, or form. Everyone lives life differently. That's not at all what I'm saying when I'm saying this. Saying if you've always had your life covered, I pray for you that it never happens to you. You become very broke, because it's really fucking hard. It is very hard. You have to mentally fight yourself between things. It's, am I gonna put gas in my car or am I gonna eat today? Am I going to? You start playing this weird game of chess. You've never had to experience it. Hats off to you, but I hope anyone out there who's never experienced it doesn't get sidelined with it one day out of nowhere. Because the later in life it happens to you, the less prepared you are. And being broke, it's not a typical survival type scenario. It's, if you've never been there, you can read all the fuck you want about being broke. There is no fucking guide out there that works for everyone. I remember one of the first times being super broke, not eating for like 3 days, and I don't remember where I was. I was at a restaurant or something, or a fast food place, and I'm just hanging out with my friends, and I don't have any food. I'm broke as fuck. I have no money. Everyone's like drinking and eating and shit, and there's these two people behind us. The girl has one taco left. Puts a cigarette out on the plate. Everyone just looks at me. I was like, oh yeah, I'm fucking eating that. Dude, it looked like $190 wire hanger, like not a wire, like it looked like it looked like, you know, the thing you perform an at-home abortion with. Dude, I hate when I need something that's like specific to a vehicle. and you pay some stupid money for it, and then you get it. It's like, dude, I could have made this if I could have made this thing if I just knew. Little skeleton fella. Yeah. I figured since the last time I didn't really use any magic, I'm gonna use magic this time. Fucking dog. So, one thing I've noticed really right away with this game is the fact that I'm not sure if it was because I was playing as the archer, who's now a barbarian for some reason. I'm not sure if it was the fact that I was playing as the archer last time that I wasn't restricted to certain weapons. Oh yeah, the melee archer build was too OP. Yeah, he was. Totally. Went around smacking the shit out of everything in a game that's the class is archery, and it's like, I'm just gonna smack my bitch up. But I don't know if the last game had it, but there's stuff that you can't equip as certain characters, which I was expecting that in the last game. And then they just let me equip everything that I had, so I don't know. Then this necromancer, I can't tell if he's gonna cast a spell with that book, or if he's gonna read me some new Cradle of Filth lyrics. Yeah, this is yeah. It's brand new to me, so so far it's pretty much the same thing as the last Who's attack animation, the Danny Filth or the skeleton. Hey, give the necromancer a break, okay? He's holding the holy motherfucking Bible while attacking, okay? That there says the Bible. Little pop on the snoot. Go away, foul wolf. I'm reading the manual of how this Morning Star works, so I can't figure it out. Harry Potter walked through the marshes. I mean, his profile pic up there kind of looks like a really bad, like, yearbook photo, too. I didn't know that you could, like, stun the enemies. I think I saw that. It looked like the enemy was stunned. Like a Street Fighter fight. I'm happy that we get to play this game co-op. By that I mean, I have an AI companion, the skeleton. Skeletor is with me, so we can do evil. Evil! It's like playing NBA Jam with, you know, the AI character. It's faux op. Because, you know, your AI companions never play as good as the computer does. You know, the opposing computer. Not they give you like one of those like full room. Why'd you ban Suckoxy? Been waiting a long time for you to do that one so I could say that. I firmly believe that Commander Root just split into all these new personalities. Like, I know how to get them. I can get them with their own vulnerabilities. I shall call myself ASMR Miku, and I shall call myself Rogue Girl, and I shall call myself Suckoxy. They'll never see it coming. With a U. Damn it. Damn it. Don't die. Don't. I said don't die. I know one. So there is something strange though. You got to be careful with which bot gets banned because one of them is not actually a bot, and the reason I know that is because they're being counted as a viewer. I noticed it a couple days ago. So like I was looking at the Firebot thing, and it lists out the known bots. What's really strange is that there's a couple of them that are in here. There's a couple that are in here, right? But I don't know. They don't register on the They don't register anywhere on the dashboard. So I have no idea. Yeah, that one's a bot. 8 Hades is a bot. Regresses Z is a bot. Suckoxy is a bot. The one that's all Japanese letters is a bot. Everything else leave alone. the longest name in the users, that's the one that doesn't make sense. Because that doesn't register anywhere, that person's not even here. That's the one where it's like, leave it alone, I'll figure that one out myself. Strangest thing is that I know you didn't ban Rogue Girl, and I know that Rogue Girl is a bot, and after I started making jokes about Rogue Girl, that account just magically disappeared. Yeah, they're on to us. Jeez, at the fence. Well, they did add a type of weapon into this game that makes it a lot better. I'm a sucker for throwing knives, and they got throwing knives in this, so this game's... They really didn't improve much, which didn't need to be improved. They knew they made a good game. Which, so far, I'm not mad about this game, anything about it. I'm okay with the minimalist approach of upgrades that they actually gave this game. Go deal with that, Mr. Skeleton. Thank you. Grim Fandango, go do your job. Oh, didn't mean to do that. The thing that they did lack in this game, though, as opposed to the last one, is these load times. Last game loaded so fast. This one doesn't load as fast. Excuse me. Smashy, smashy. You're interfering with good smashing time. Oh boy. Why'd they make it so rough starting as a damn necromancer? Go do shit, Mr. Skeletor. No, dude, don't come over here by me. Go over there and kill. I hate you, Mr. Skeleton Man. So there's a Jim Cornette video about Brian Pillman. I'm gonna be 100% honest about something here. I was never the biggest fan of Brian Pillman until I saw that promo that I've been using to start these streams where he's sitting down at that table. Now, I always liked the loose cannon idea, but I only saw the WWF part of that. I never actually saw the full ECW run of that. And watching 1996 ECW, he was doing shit. He was doing shit that people should never even try. Like there's a fight. He gets into a feud with Shane Douglas, right? This is how you get heat. And you would not be able to do this in 2024. I don't think you could do this in 2015. I don't think you could do this in 2007. This is only a 90s thing. He gets into this argument with Shane Douglas, and he runs from Shane Douglas, and he jumps the barricade. Brian Pillman is on the fan side of the barricade. Shane Douglas is between the ring and the barricade. Shane Douglas goes to swing at Brian Pillman, and there's a woman standing next to Brian Pillman holding a 2-year-old child. Brian Pillman pulls the woman over, holding the kid, the little baby, in front of Shane Douglas's fist. That is one of the most sinisterly awesome things I've ever seen in wrestling. Brian Pillman is a certified G. When I saw his promo, that promo that I've been using to start that minute clip, because he's the loose cannon, and at any time he can do whatever he wants. When he starts kind of exposing the business a little bit, and he starts like saying these things like, it's all work, you know. I'm not really the loose cannon. And then he snaps and starts stabbing himself with a fucking fork, and he goes, it's all just a perception of their reality. There's some insane genius to that. Like I said, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't name a match of Brian Pillman's where it's like, oh, that's an amazing match. But his promo work, his character development, unrivaled. Like, it's really fucking good. Watching a guy develop a loose cannon type persona in WCW, with it being attached to his own name, you can't copyright a storyline. Like, you can copyright the words, but you can't copyright like a character type. So Eric Bischoff fucked himself by attaching the loose cannon persona to a name and then firing him. The dude was able to just run with that. Like, you can't stop him, and he did. Mr. Skeleton. Anyway, what I was getting at, there's a Jim Cornette video with Brian Pillman, where Jim Cornette's talking about Brian Pillman, and it comes from a typo. It's hilarious. Because there's... Brian Pillman exposed Kevin Sullivan in WCW as being the Booker. Call him the Booker Man. Someone sent in a question to Jim Cornette, and they spelled Booker Man wrong. So it's... It said Bucker Man. What are you gonna do, Bucker Man? I think the thing, though, is if Brian Pillman were to have survived, were to have lived longer, didn't overdose, I don't think you would have the amazing star power of Stone Cold throughout the late 90s. I think that Pillman and Stone Cold at one point would have been back together as a tag team or something. I think Brian Pillman would have played a much bigger role in the Attitude Era had he not died. Because Vince was paying him a lot of money. Did you know that during that time where Shawn Michaels wasn't doing shit after The Undertaker supposedly broke his back in the Royal Rumble? I say supposedly because he never once acted like he had a broken back. But that incident definitely is something that can break your back. That's why I say supposedly. WWF paid him from 1998, from the time he dropped the belt to Stone Cold until he actually came back as a wrestler. They were paying him $750,000 a year to do fucking nothing. Oh, that's my dude. What am I doing? Sorry, Mr. Bones. Stop warping in front of me, man. As a performer, I like Shawn Michaels. As a backstage guy, fucking hate Shawn Michaels. Hearing more and more stories about what that dude was doing to people and shit. Like, dude, what a whiny little bitch. Like, you're already on top of the company. Stop being so insecure and worrying that someone's gonna knock you off your pedestal. You knocked yourself off your own pedestal by fucking up the goddamn match with Undertaker. That's your fault. Not anyone else's fault, dude. You're the one who took yourself off of that pedestal, and you were so worried that it was gonna be someone else doing it to you. Where, if you want my opinion, it should have been Vader. You beating Vader doesn't make any fucking sense, HBK.
It won't move. It won't move.
I watched another thing with I watched this Bret Hart interview where he talked about WCW, and he never once actually confirmed why. I think we all know it's the money, but he said he never actually ever wanted to go to WCW. Dude, you should have listened to yourself, buddy. I know Vince screwed you. I know you were hanging out with a bunch of assholes. I know you didn't like anyone at WWF, but should have listened to yourself, dude. If Bret Hart was part of Attitude Era, holy shit. Owen Hart would probably still be alive. Stone Cold also in that scenario probably doesn't become as big as he is, but that's a whole different universe if Bret Hart never leaves WWF. I watched something. Oh, I didn't watch. I read someone's. I can't. I think that actually this conversation actually took here. Dude, before I get into what I was gonna say, The Rock versus Pillman on the mic and Attitude Era, yeah, that would be great. But do you remember that one? I think it's like late '97 or like mid '97. Where Stone Cold is talking shit to Brian Pillman. He's like, you gravelly voiced bastard cripple, you shut the hell up. I think this conversation took place here, but I can't quite place it. I don't remember who it was that was saying this. But it's been said before, and I when you follow the chain of events that happens afterwards, it's very true that the Montreal Screwjob doesn't happen. Hogan doesn't come back at WrestleMania in WrestleMania 9. If one thing never happened, that's Shawn Michaels putting Marty Jannetty's head through that window. I wish we lived in a world where ECW continued on. I don't think if ECW made it till now that it would be as good as it was in the 90s. I think the ECW ending at the dawn of the millennium is probably the best for nostalgia. But I would like to see a world where ECW at least outlived WCW. I mean, did they? I don't think they did. But I do believe I do believe that the product quality would have gone down over time. But ECW went out on a high note, and I found they're expensive, but I found every single episode of ECW Hardcore TV on DVD, episodes from the beginning till the end of ECW. They're $160 a pack for each year. So that means it's like It's nine volumes, $160 a piece. If I ever get $1,000, I am buying that. Like I've tried watching ECW Hardcore TV. You're probably right. There's a lot of shit that makes it onto YouTube when it comes from ECW Uncuts. The hell was I about to say? I was gonna say something. Oh, I've tried watching ECW Hardcore TV on the network or Peacock. Not the same. It's not the same when everything is so cut and censored and taken so far from its original form. It's just not the same. It doesn't have the same edge when you're hearing RVD come out to a surf rock song instead of Walk, or you're hearing like some watered down wannabe punk song instead of Come Out and Play by The Offspring, when you're hearing some shitty phony baloney wannabe Alice in Chains song instead of Man in the Box. It does not have the same appeal. Dude, they cut so many promos too. Like, I don't even mean like edited them for content. They cut them just directly out. There's people that are totally missing from those hardcore TVs when you go back and watch that shit. Especially the 93s. When you watch the 93 hardcore TVs, they're like 13-minute episodes. No! Hardcore TV was an hour-long program. Why are you giving me a 13-minute episode? How much shit did you cut out of this? Then, like, you go into 95, like Cactus Jack time, and it's like, you keep seeing the same clip of Cactus Jack, and you keep seeing, like, these, like, minute-long matches he's in. When it's like, dude, he was there for fucking almost 2.5 years. Why are we getting these bullshit segments on these? And you find out that they just cut a whole bunch of shit out. Because Vince likes to make it look like he made Mick Foley. And it's like, no, you didn't. Mick Foley made himself. What the fuck was that? I found the sellout key. Yeah, I'm way more about this throwing dagger than I am this fucking club. Yeah, if I ever get some money together, like I am buying so many wrestling things. Right now there is a replica ECW championship belt on sale on eBay
I'm saved. Thank you.
with Rob Van Dam's signature on it for $600. I want that.
My thanks.
Speaking of dope, Rob Van Dam is going to be in Chillicothe. I cannot say the name of that town. Chillicothe, Ohio. Wrestling against Matt Riddle. Talk about dope. The Battle of the 420 Superstars. I don't get it, man. Like Rob Van I saw a clip of Rob Van Dam on AEW. He was just there. When I say I want to see Rob Van Dam get high, I mean I want him to do a Van Terminator. I don't want to see the man high. Anyone out there who is a wrestling fan and you've never seen this, go on YouTube and look up the first ever Van Terminator. Everybody thinks it's so cool when Shane McMahon does it. No, it was way cooler when Rob Van Dam did it the first time ever. I remember the I'll never forget this. I remember when Rob Van Dam said he was going to do the Van Terminator. Like he named it before he did it. He said he was going to do it during that match. And I remember me and my dad were like, "What's the Van Terminator? Like, what else could this guy do?" And I remember we didn't have a computer then, and we waited for the pay-per-view to happen. The next day, my dad and I went to my grandma's house. We were there for so long on the internet, looking up what the Van Terminator was. When we found a clip of what it was, after just hours of searching, we were like, there's no way this is real. Years later, I look it up, and I was like, oh, that was real. He really did do that. That dude, the dude that he hits, that dude is out cold.
God be praised!
My gratitude.
And the thing about the Van Terminator that I like so much is that he didn't do that move all the time. Where, like, Shane McMahon started doing that shit, and it was every goddamn Shane McMahon match he did has to have a coast to coast. Like, dude, you've ruined it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still seeing. It's still seeing a dude fly from one side of the ring to the other, but it just, Shane McMahon doing the coast to coast, it doesn't have the same appeal as the Van Terminator. Yeah, that dude is out cold. Like, you can kind of see the look of worry in Van Damme's face, where he's like, did I just kill that guy?
It thinks it can kill us, but we will feed its meat to our spiders.
I don't think there's much hidden about this game. I swear, like, that dude is out cold. Like, that guy gets knocked the fuck out. Because Rob Van Dam kind of, like, nudges him a bit, too. Like, there's something he does where Rob Van Dam's kind of like, is that guy dead? And the ref does the same thing, and I think Fonzie hits him, too. I honestly forget what the setup for that match was. Like, I think the dude was talking shit, not in real life. Like, the whole, it's not, Rob Van Dam didn't hate that guy. Like, it just so happens he knocked him the fuck out. I forget what that guy's name is. But there was a build-up for that match. And Rob Van Dam was like, I've been working on something called the Van Terminator. It was a whole buildup of like, what is this move going to be? Like, he keeps talking about it. Dude, when the first time I saw that, I was like, there's no fucking way he did that. It's like Rob Van Dam was playing WrestleMania Arcade as Shawn Michaels, and he was like, why do they make it to where Shawn Michaels can jump from one side of the ring to the other in this? I'm going to jump from one side of the ring to the other in real life. Like, that was like his thought process. Rob Van Dam has always been one of my favorite wrestlers. Because when I was getting into ECW for the first time, like back when me and my dad were watching that shit, it was like the first time we ever watched that was like late '97. The first time I saw ECW, I thought I just stumbled upon some shit I was never going to see again. I thought I was dreaming the first time I saw ECW. I was like, this is everything that I've wanted in a wrestling match. There's no rules. Dudes just beating the shit out of each other with chairs. Like, fucking awesome. And then, like, I remember one time, like, I don't remember how I told my dad it existed. I thought I was honestly gonna get in trouble when I showed it to my dad. I remember that, like, I was not expecting him to like it, and it had to have been like. So this is how I discovered ECW. All right, we lost cable, and we had to use antennas. And I remember one night. It's like my older brother moved out in '98. He technically found it because we were up late and I was scared to sleep in the dark, and he was like, hey, I found wrestling, watch this. And I remember just not going to sleep. It was like some ECW marathon. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? My brother moved out, and my parents didn't understand when we got cable back why I was like, I don't care about cable. I don't want cable in my room. Just let me have the antenna. And my parents were like, don't you want to watch wrestling? I'm like, oh, I do watch wrestling. They thought I was lying. And then my dad ended up finding out what I was watching, and he was like, what is this? I'm like, ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling. What channel is this? Like, Channel 14 WADL. And ever since then, like, every Saturday, we would rip the cable out, plug the antenna in, like, EC Dub! EC Dub! I remember, like, trying to tell my dad about it, and he didn't believe me. Because my dad was when the going from like the 96, 97, 98 era of WWF, like that's when I first started watching wrestling. Like I always knew what it was, like, because like one of the first games I ever had in the Genesis was WWF Royal Rumble, and I remember my dad was really big into like Hulk Hogan era stuff, and I just never really watched it until like I would randomly catch Raw every now and then. Like I got big into wrestling in like '96 with WWF, and then yeah, we lost cable, and I would tell my dad, like, dude, I found wrestling. Like we have the ability to watch wrestling. It's just not WWF. He thought I was making shit up. You know, like I said, one day he was like, what are you watching? And I think it was like a New Jack versus Sabu match. He was like, what are you watching? This is fucking insane. Like that was the time that me and my dad bonded the most. Like we still talk about ECW to this day. When I talk to my dad, he's like, "Do you remember watching ECW?" Like, yeah, I fucking remember watching ECW, where my personality was born. Yeah, I remember that shit. My dad used to tell me all the time. He's like, "Don't ever tell your mother about ECW." Like, oh, trust me, I'm not going to. I swear, like, being a young kid in the 90s watching ECW, like, no one got it. Like, none of my friends understood how awesome that shit really was. Because they weren't allowed to be up until 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays like I was. Everyone just thought I was making shit up. Like, no, there is a company where they say fuck on TV, they throw chairs at each other, like, there's nudity, like... Then ECW ended up on TNN and just wasn't the same. And then I felt betrayed. All the people that finally got to see my favorite brand of wrestling did not get the full product of what I described over the years. But yeah, I watched ECW from 97 to 2000. Dude, I wish I lived in the area. Like I said, my dad and we talked about it one time. There was an ECW show at the they were going back to the ECW arena. My dad and we planned that we were going to go, I think we were going to go to like Heat Wave. I think it was like Heat Wave 99 or some shit. But my dad was like, dude, there's no way in hell we can get to Philly without your mom wondering where the fuck we are. And I remember that, like, my mom kind of figured out what ECW was. And she was like, there's no way in hell you guys are going to this. We were both like, what? What do you mean? Like, come on. Like, we have it all but planned that we're going to this. And you want to be this type of bitch? You really, you don't want your 9-year-old son to see guys use cheese graters on each other's heads? What the fuck is wrong with you, Christ woman? What pissed me off about that too was, that whole thing is the reason I also wasn't allowed to go to Survivor Series, I think 2000. The Survivor Series where Rikishi, it wasn't revealed that it was Rikishi until years later, or like later that year. I think it was Survivor Series 2000 where Rikishi hit Stone Cold with the truck. I had friends that were going to that, and someone called. I don't remember what friend it was. I think it was their parents called, and were like, "Hey, like, we have an extra ticket. Like, if he wants to come with us, like, he can come with us." And my mom thought it was ECW, and she's like, "No, he's not going to that." It was just like, woman, you suck. You denied me going to Heatwave 99, which I'm pretty sure Heatwave 99 is where Rob Van Dam jumped into the fucking crowd on Balls Mahoney into the fucking front row, like 10 seats back. I could have been there live for that. But like, yeah. And I wasn't allowed to go to the Survivor Series 2000. Man, World War 398 was at the Palace. I wasn't allowed to go to that either. Like, woman, you suck. I was denied three of the best. 3 of the best pay-per-views because this woman did not want me there live. I was like, "All right, whatever." Like, you really changed my life. You put me on the right track. I really stopped caring about wrestling after that. And jokes on her. The first ever wrestling event I've ever gone to was a deathmatch wrestling event. In Toronto? Because you guys had something big come up that way in 2000. Because when they left Detroit, they went north into Canada. They did that Canadian tour in the tail end 2000. You had something big there. That 2000, like, I think 99 WWF sucks. The only wrestling I watched in 1999 was ECW. I remember that. Oh, dude, sorry. Everyone has pink names. What's up, PS1 addict? Sorry, I'm ranting about wrestling. Heading out to watch your dad goof off at hockey. Have fun. Have fun, where is Goldberg? Goldberg. The real question is, where is Gilberg? The world needs a hero. The world needs a Dwayne Gill. Well, hey, Sunday you're having your finals, right? Sorry I couldn't make it last Sunday. Like I said, was dealing with things. This Sunday I should be free. Sorry, I look like an idiot right now, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to start developing first. Constitution. Dude, I personally like the beginning of Y2J. Like I don't care what the guy did with Kylie Ray. I don't care about the whole controversy that's surrounding Jericho right now. Not that I don't care. I'm just saying I don't think Y2J's level of sexual deviancy is going to surpass Vince McMahon's level of sexual deviancy. So I don't really care. I don't care in the fact that I'm not going to disown Y2J. Jericho did so many stupid things that got people so pissed off at him, and it was genius cartoon level villainy. Like, Jericho is the only guy that got the crowds mad at him just for talking too much. Besides Lance Storm, but when Jericho did the, Jericho was such a lovable villain because he was just goofy. Like, when he did the, oh, Dean Malenko, you're the man of 1,000 holds. I'm the man of 1,001 holds. Here's a list of 1,001 holds. Arm bar. Number 2, arm drag. Number 3, arm bar. Like, that is genius shit. And the thing about Jericho, though, is that, dude, he wrestled like a Japanese wrestler. Like, if you go back and watch Jericho's, like, his initial run in ECW, which is, 3 matches. First off, he came out to El Phantasmo in the Chicken Run Blastorama, which is one of the coolest White Zombie songs ever made. The Ayatollah of rock and roller. He had this flow in his matches. The way he would do those lion salts out of nowhere, his setups for those were always unique. His setup for those lion salts were as unique as Sabu's setup for the springboards. Where it's like, you knew it was going to happen, but you didn't know how it was going to happen. And Jericho's way of delivering that shit was always like, how the fuck? Like, there's matches of Jericho's where it's like, how did you even know that the guy hit the mat in the right spot? You were already going for the fucking lion salt. Well, he's falling, dude. See, I'm falling right now. I'm about to get lion salted. Jericho is an amazing wrestler. And then when he became a heel, it was goofiness that made him a heel. He never, I guess he talked shit to Goldberg, But in my opinion, Jericho is way more of a technical. He is a technical wrestler, I would say. But that's not what I'm getting at. I would say when it comes to the term professional, Jericho is way more of a professional than Goldberg is. And if Bischoff was to think about it, instead of having that extremely long DDP match with Goldberg, that should have been Jericho's match. I don't like DDP. I never did like DDP. I like the guy. I think Diamond Dallas Page is an awesome person. I just never liked the DDP character. I never really cared for the Goldberg character either. And I think what would have been better is if it, instead of having two established names have a match like that, it would have been more profound for someone like Jericho. Someone that no one suspects, no one expects to be able to take on Goldberg for 30 minutes. I think that would have been a better match. That if they were to have done it that way, or after a year or two of Jericho calling out Goldberg, that he finally gets the match and it's not a squash match, the crowd would have went insane if Jericho were to have got jackhammered and he would have fucking kicked out at a 2. WCW was all about pissing off their fans, and that would have pissed off their fans. And then if Jericho were to come back swinging, where it turns into a really fast-paced match of Jericho just getting fucking speared and Jericho just not taking the fall, that would have been a fucking insane match. And the crowd would have been conflicted. Yes, DDP and The Undertaker storyline is stupid. I think that would have made much more sense if it was Raven. Or Canyon. Or Vampiro. Or Sting. No, Sting doesn't really make any sense. For that being DDP, I thought it was stupid. And that went nowhere. That built up to a fucking squash match. I don't understand this. I think if Vince were to have viewed the invasion angle as an actual equal of talent, it should have been so much better than what it was. You had Mike Awesome in there for the first time, and you guys destroyed Mike Awesome, where Mike Awesome is one of the most underrated guys of all time. Having him come in and get that like hardcore belt out of nowhere. Oh, like it should have been Mike Awesome versus The Undertaker. It should have been Mike Awesome versus Brock Lesnar. It should have been Mike Awesome versus The Big Show. Those are fucking matches that are on Mike Awesome's caliber. I don't think it's fair to Mike Awesome that Mike Awesome got lumped in with the hardcore guys because his notoriety in the States came from a hardcore company, which I guess his notoriety in Japan also came from a hardcore company. But Mike Awesome was a legitimate heavyweight. Like, he looked like a wrestler. He moved like a wrestler. And you guys, they just did not do anything with that. And it's like, dude, you guys dropped the ball on Mike Awesome. That's unforgivable. There was something that I saw with Bruce Pritchard talking about how he was talking about the match between Masato Tanaka and Mike Awesome at One Night Stand the first time. And Bruce Pritchard was like, I didn't like the match. And it was just, dude, it's Bruce Pritchard. You're the guy who named Leif Cassidy. I don't expect you to like the match. I expect you to listen to the fans liking the match. Could you imagine an Attitude Era where Vader were to have been champion? Mike Awesome showed up. Mike Awesome versus Vader in 1998 in WWF. Imagine that. You guys established Vader as this unstoppable killing machine, and you made him get stopped by Shawn Michaels. And you would have had to have turned it into fighting fire with fire. Vader versus Mike Awesome in 1998 WWF. Imagine a universe where that happens. Like I said, I'm not saying Shawn Michaels is a bad wrestler by any means. I like Shawn Michaels' work. Yeah, even when he wasn't being pushed, he wasn't being pushed. He always had to be on the camera, being Shawn Michaels at any time. It was just a total... And then when Shawn Michaels wasn't getting pushed, he had to go and do something outside of the company, and then he would force the company to push it. Like, the Playgirl shit. Once again, I don't think Shawn Michaels is a bad wrestler. If anyone out there doesn't like Shawn Michaels and you're wondering why I'm saying I don't think Shawn Michaels is a bad wrestler, how is the guy who just talked about ECW saying that Shawn Michaels isn't a bad wrestler? Two reasons. 1996 Mind Games versus Mankind. 1997 Bad Blood versus Undertaker. The reason Mind Games is one of the best matches that Shawn Michaels ever did is because that was the first time in that run where it was like, dude, Shawn Michaels might fucking lose. where Shawn Michaels was not known for being generous towards other wrestlers and giving them legitimate matches. For whatever reason, in a time where no one in WWF gave a shit about Mankind, except maybe Undertaker, Shawn Michaels gave him a match, and that, I believe, is one of the best decisions that Shawn Michaels ever made, was being like, oh yeah, we'll go 30 minutes hardcore. He let Mick Foley call those shots, and Mick Foley got him over. Oh yeah, dude. Shawn Michaels overselling on Hogan. If the Clique only existed to make Hulk Hogan get vetoed out, I would have much more respect for the Clique. But they were bullies towards everyone. They were bullies towards people that didn't deserve it. And Vader's one of those people. And I just don't think that's fair, because I don't think Vader would have turned into a Hogan with the belt. I don't think Vader would be scared of doing the job if he were champion. Where the Clique should have only existed to keep people that don't deserve the belt from holding on to the belt. And they screwed themselves by turning into... They were so good at screwing other people from getting the belt that they had to be the ones that held the belt. And that's where the Clique becomes very, very power hungry. And I just don't think that's fair to other wrestlers. For a guy of Vader's stature though, it makes sense that he would wrestle stiff. Bam Bam Bigelow not wrestling stiff is an anomaly. Big John Tenta wrestled stiff. No one talks shit about him. Which I'm still trying to figure out how Earthquake is a Dark Side of the Ring topic this season. I can't think of anything that happened in Earthquake's career where it's like, why is that dark? Unless it's going to be more of a biography piece. Like, the Junkyard Dog episode was another episode where it was like, this isn't really Dark Side of the Ring. And it's just a guy who started doing drugs. Alright. Yeah, Dark Side of the Ring is back on March 5th. So after March 5th, every Wednesday for 10 weeks after March 5th, you know exactly what we're going to be talking about here. I'm trying to think of someone in wrestling when it comes to absolute legends besides Hulk Hogan. That's someone that I don't like. Like someone I've never liked in wrestling. Like, who is someone that has absolutely zero redeemable qualities, but they were viewed somehow from the powers that be that they were some great force? Great Khali is one of them. I don't think that guy's that great. I don't know how the hell that dude ever even held anything. I believe Test is one of the, Test got screwed. I think Test is one of the most underrated talents they ever had. Dude, Hulk Hogan is the Ryu of wrestling. He's just a generic wrestler. Yeah, they made God tier for some unknown reason. Macho Man is way cooler than Hogan. Well, what I think is funny is that he was all bitching and crying about how I have to get back surgery because my spinal cord is fused after all years of doing these leg drops. It's like, well, if you're that frail and fragile, it's a good thing you didn't fucking do something a little bit more productive with your body as a finisher. When it comes crashing down and your vertebrae hurt inside. Now, don't get me wrong, alright? I can hate on Hogan all the fuck I want, but there's some Hogan matches that are good. There's certain times of Hogan where it's like, alright, I'll give you that one. But for the most part, it's like, dude, why are you the guy? Hogan versus The Rock at WrestleMania. I think it was WrestleMania, or was it SummerSlam? When he actually came back as the Hulkster. That was a good match. If you really want to see like an insane interview where it's like, Hogan, do you not understand that everyone has access to the internet these days? You have to see Hogan's interview on the Joe Rogan Experience where he's talking about how MMA was created in the 70s. Like how he's like talking about how like when he was down in Puerto Rico when the Bruiser Brody thing happened and his hotel was ransacked because he knows who actually killed. I know who actually killed Brody, brother. I know you there. Like, he told this insane lie after lie story. It's like, chill the fuck out, Hogan. I didn't see that. Is that recent? Or is that that's something that happened back in the day? Let me tell you something, brother.
I suppose I could use this time to...
Is that from 2011? It's hard for me to read Twitter dates. It says 16 October 11. I'm trying to think of what could have been happening in 2011. He would have been in TNA. I kind of wish that my stats from the last game would have transferred over into this somehow. Yeah, I want my throwing knife back. Fucking Hogan. Dun, 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 dun. I can't sit here and say like I've never liked Hogan. I don't think Hogan is the reason why I don't like him. Like, I've never understood Vince's like fascination with these guys that are over, and he just does lets them do whatever they want. Like, Vince, you're the genius. The guy who is holding the belt, you put there. If you tell him he's going to drop the belt, he drops the belt. I don't understand how that's a hard concept to realize when you're the fucking owner. Yeah, I think each month I'm gonna try to find a new underrated, either like vignette or promo from underrated talents. I'm going to kick the stream off with those. I just really like that Brian Pillman loose cannon one. All just a perception of their reality. That is some cold shit. I think the best tag team that was never used ever would have been Loose Cannon Pillman and Cult Leader Raven. Like, that's a pairing right there. You didn't know that this is a stream until now? What, you've been having schizophrenic moments? That when I speak to you, you believe that it's just pre-recorded and you're really good at guessing what I'm going to say next? You should... Go on, Bad Stefano. Voice of God! Damn. I didn't say it, you did. Oh, man. Yeah, thank you for streaming Lethal Weapon 3 last night. That's the first real movie I've ever seen on a Laserdisc. Like I said, there was these like educational movies we used to watch in like 4th grade, like 3rd or 4th grade, where
I can't carry anything else. I can't carry anything else.
does he have that raspy? I can't carry anything else. There were these weird like educational videos we used to watch on Laserdisc when I was in elementary school, and one of the characters' name was Officer Dick Dictionary. Like, okay. I get it that the pun is dictionary, but you still called yourself a dick in a children's show.
Set free Joaquin.
What the hell is Aerith doing here?
I am Rondalla Brasshorn, owner of the ambush. I'll see you well rewarded upon my return to Baldur's Gate. I am a merchant of no small... A deal, then. Terrible. The Marauders are slaughtering everyone. There may be some survivors trying to hold the Wayfork in. I'll remain outside and search for wounded villagers to help.
I think we've talked about everything except Virgil today. We're talking about Y2J, we're talking about ECW, we're talking about it all started because I said that I found they're $150 a piece, but I found every single uncut episode of ECW Hardcore TV. Each volume, which is like each year, is $150 fucking dollars. There's 9 of them. What else were we talking about? Talking about Shawn Michaels. I was saying that Vader, if Vader were to have, if Vader didn't get bullied out by HBK, and if Vader had the belt in 1998, how awesome would it have been if Mike Awesome was the one that came in to fight Vader in WWF? Not that Mike Awesome. The real Mike Awesome.
My inventory is full. I cannot hold anymore.
My thanks.
I can't carry anything else.
Bring out your dad.
My inventory is full. I can't carry anything else.
Thank you.
I cannot hold anymore.
God be praised.
My inventory is full.
The inventory is full. Oh, we didn't get to save these people. They did.
I cannot hold anymore. I can't carry anything else.
My thanks.
I cannot hold anymore. My inventory is full.
I guess I'm just gonna hang out over here and let my health rejuvenate. Wow. What the fuck? Praise be to Yevon.
Thank you. My thanks.
I'm saved! Thank you!
I'm saved. Thank you.
I'm saved!
Thank you. My thanks.
My face. I know she said my thanks, but my faith.
Can't carry anything else.
Back here, you slippery son of a bitch.
I cannot hold anymore.
they really need the poison? Do the poison really need to be a thing?
Dare oppose me?
I dare oppose you.
I'll wash this city's walls with your blood.
Uh... Curse your enemies with the plague. It is called Contagion. That's awesome. Where is...
I do not have the energy required. I do not have the energy required.
I didn't realize that life drain worked, that like you have to hold it down until I was reading it. Well, I was like, earlier I was casting life drain, I was like, why does this suck? The fuck? It's supposed to fuck. It drains the fuck. You just cast the fucking skeleton. You've been enfeebled, motherfucker. Without the damage text being on, I have no idea if I'm actually hitting shit or if it's just the skeleton doing it. He's blocking everything. He's enfeebled, but he's blocking. Okay. Reanimation of bone. The Reboninator. See, that's the best thing about having a skeletal protector is you don't have to pay him because he's gonna die again anyway. It's a death insurance policy. He's got an accelerated dying waiver. See how little of experience that gave me?
I can't carry anything else.
Like a righteous comet from the sky you are. Had you not come now, I dread to think what could have happened. Laren is my name, the innkeeper. I thank you with all my heart. Here, please take these few small things as a matter of reward. It's the least we can do, seeing as you saved the village and all. Well met again, adventurer. Monsters, brick.
Saying the same shit she said earlier.
I can't carry anything else.
Which one uses a shopkeeper?
Well met again. Rest. So, shall we go? Baldur's Gate awaits us. Later, when we've reached the city. A fine.
Chapter 1. There's only 3 chapters to this shit again.
My lord, the interrogation of the prisoners is complete. They know little. Nonetheless, I would hear it.
Oh, dude, it's Seymour Butts.
The Onyx Tower to make shadow gates which allowed her to move troops around the western heartlands. They claim that when they slew her, the tower crumbled. Yes, Khan's current employers, the Zentarum, seek to restore the tower and the power it holds for themselves. They use those 3 fools to wrest it from Eldrith's hands. However, the tower would better serve me and my allies in the east. I must have it. Yes, my lord, but Khan, the prisoners claim they killed him in Xantam's guild. No, not Khan. He's well known to be exceedingly difficult to kill. Khan must have feigned his death, just as he was never truly working for Xantam. It's more likely that the Zentarum paid him to eliminate Xantam, which he accomplished through our 3 guests. I see. And the guests, shall I kill them? No, my good Xanast. Leave them be. I'll amuse myself with them later.
At last, Baldur's Gate. Your reward is promised. May the coin serve you as well as you served me, adventurer. So, what will you do now? should...
Where's the shopkeeper? Yeah, Jubilation Committee. I got some things to tell you. They ain't gonna make you feel so jubilant. Over 100,000 man hours went into the creation of this.
Oh, I did not see you come in. Me? Oh, well, that's easy. Well, yes, of course. Underwill, Sage, and Seer. Seer, my good elf. I thought you might come with questions about your past. I've reserved some time. Yes, just for you, but,
I'm giving this dude $2,000. Not until I find a shop first.
Ha! I thought you might seek me out. Come have a seat, and we shall drink and sing the day away. I've two troubling tales to tell. Firstly, there's been a series of kidnappings. Some
Well,
victims
kidnapping.
never among the city's wealthy elite. There's also been a rash of mysterious, grisly murders. The citizenry is on edge, and similar sightings have been reported around Bloodmire Manor. It is the home of...
Well met again, adventurer. I've heard little. Only that adventurers are hard up for work in the city. So many came to fight What happened? Well, it's been... I met them. I came into a society of a...
So they got rid of the overly busty women in this.
What news? Have you put us...
No one in this room that's gonna sell me shit.
priest of hell. Alas, may Helm watch over.
I don't want to be in this church either, buddy. Where the fuck do I sell shit? I'm not the only person that asked. Okay. They purposely hid the merchant. I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm crazy. He's, from what I read, across from the tavern. Yep, there he is. Stupid!
Welcome, friend. It's an honor to meet you, then. I've also hired on Goodly Durban, a skill. If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place. My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for? You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been
A
supplying
crossbow.
measures for over a decade. I see new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from
I guess my character just doesn't get to use armor. Alright. What's going on, Kmart?
seeking arms and armor. I have everything you need right here. You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying measures for over a decade. I see new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from the...
Our crossbow.
I see new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from the...
Throwing axe, eh?
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons. The work of local...
Alrighty.
Welcome, friend. You know, they're saying you intend to enter Bloodmine. You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Are we ready to play the game? Yeah, his weapons suck, but magic makes him OP. I'm cool with it, I guess. I like having the little skeleton protector guy, so speaking of which. The necromancer is not a musician. Really? I like to see that mechanic, that's interesting. Well, I'm happy we made it through the prologue. I feel like the game like just started now that we have like the recall potions and shit. I am gonna be wrapping things up around 8. I think these games are pretty cool. I got nothing against these games. I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it. I'm not sure what to expect from the actual games, but I do actually want to play the Baldur's Gate games now. Like I said before, this is the first time I've ever played any of these games, and this is a pretty good introduction to Baldur's Gate, because when I saw Baldur's Gate 3, I was like, I have no interest in this. And now seeing these games, which I know that they're nothing like Baldur's Gate from what everyone is telling me, I at least have a little bit of interest. Because knowing that Fallout can go from what Fallout is to this engine, so if Baldur's Gate can translate well from what it is to this engine, I have some high hopes for it. Yeah, someone was saying that the other games are like turn-based. Real time with pause. I know pause. I've also heard those Divinity Original Sin games are pretty good. I watched someone play those. We saved Dudley. You have no dignity. We shall fight like gentlemen. I was gonna ask you the same thing, man. I'm out of here at 8. I'll be off here at 8. I'm interested in doing Rumble in the Bronx. I gotta write that Rygar review. I was gonna do it last night, but well, not last night. Well, I was going to do it last night, but I was going to do it earlier this week. I was going to do it the night of that crazy thunderstorm, but I was... After that stream, I was tired. The rain put me into a good mood, though, so... I always sleep better when it rains. I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it's complicated. Pour your misery down on me. I'm only happy when the news is bad. There's honestly way too many options for magic in this. Another thing I hate about magic base crap where it's just like, dude, there's too much. Too much is sometimes a bad thing. I'm down for the Fugitive too. I'm down. If you play Rumble in the Bronx and the Fugitive tonight, I'm down. That is what I would call a 90s blockbuster double hitter feature. Alright, now we have a whole bunch of insane magic. Are you saying that Jaguars are Buff Bagwell? You know, there's some sort of animal that lives below me. And now that you say it, it kind of sounds like a mountain lion. Or a jaguar or something. There is an underrated album by LL Cool J. Yeah, before I say the name of the album, I just want to say that the album art fucking amazing. Called "Walking with a Panther," and the first time I heard the name of the album, "Walking with a Panther," I was just kind of like, I don't get it. Like, what do you mean walking with a panther? And then like now I realize it. that is some real nut flexing status right there. Like, dude, you might got all the chains, you might got some rings, motherfucker. I'm walking with a panther. I think the song "It Gets No Rougher" is off of that album. Pretty sure "Walking with a Panther" came out before Mama Said "Knock You Out" too. I don't get how people don't listen to pre Mama Said Knock You Out LL Cool J. Like Rock the Bells is fucking sweet. Nitro. Yeah, that's badass. Magic shows with a cheetah. Is that even legal these days? Oh, dude. Magic in this game is the way to go. I'm happy I was looking at the Necromancer. Like, when I saw Necromancer, I instinctively just said, Necromancer! Like the Sepultura song. Now that I've picked the Necromancer, I'm very content with the fact that I picked this class. Dude's weak as hell, because he doesn't wear armor. But that magic, though... Another thing I've noticed about this game as compared to the last game, the music is way more epic. Where I know I had the volume down. I had the volume down a little bit on these games, but I should have still been able to have heard the music more. I was watching the VODs and I was like, dude, you can't even hear the music. Like, I know it's there. The only music that stuck out to me during Dark Alliance was the Ice Cave music. I thought that was a banger. No, you don't get rid of my skeleton. I get rid of my skeleton. Magic management in this is kind of rough. Because it's just wherever it exists on the slide. I don't think there's a way to customize that. Switching between spells kind of sucks, but I mean, it's how games operated back then. If I was playing this in I don't even remember what year. I don't think I ever looked up what year this one or the other one came out in. If I was playing this back then, I wouldn't be sitting there complaining like, oh, The magic management's bad. Just that's a looking back at things from current perspective. Wait, the cheetah was lobotomized? Did it forget that it was a cheetah? Okay, Mr. Cheetah. Time for you. The eternal sunshine for the cheetah-minded. How do you block getting lit on fire? Wasn't one of Kennedy's sisters lobotomized? JFK. Full frontal lobotomy. I didn't mean to go this far. What bullshit do we got? Oh, he gets a shield too? That's cool. It doesn't hurt, Homer. You take an ice pick, picking up your nose. You get to even keep a little piece of the brain to take out.
Seems to be locked. Seems to be locked.
Well, going back to Sepultura. Sepultura has a song called Lobotomy. Oh. Okay. A really fast moving plane that doesn't have running light. It's only got the red and green lights up for the wings, but there's no... Oh. Living in flight pattern towns is creepy.
Welcome back, friend.
I'm sure you see all sorts of crazy shit in the XYZ. Or the YZX, whatever the fuck it's called. The DET flight patterns don't make any fucking sense.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
I wonder why I'm on watch lists and shit. Here I am talking about flight patterns, like, oh, study your guys' flight patterns. It's like, not because, you know, not because I'm doing anything crazy, just because they legitimately freak me out. That you have flight patterns that go absolutely fucking nowhere. Mind-boggling.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking?
And I shall be right back. I hate to cut into the gameplay time, so I'll be out of here in about 50 minutes, but I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, just flying IEDs. caller. Damn. When Loader was in Baldur's land, let my skeleton go. The funny thing about that is that one principle of that idea is very archaic, and one principle of that idea is very advanced.
It won't move.
Burn.
Seems to be locked.
Gotta worry about the dog with the shifty eyes, too.
It won't move.
Wouldn't I feel it coming back again? Belgian man. Getting upset with you not following me through thresholds.
I do not have the energy required.
You got the energy required. Got the music in you. I believe after this we got the Bouncer. Then it's the Prince of Persia trilogy. Let me look at that list. Because the March lineup is pretty banging. We got March Madness. We got to counteract March Madness. So if we're going to continue on, 8 games get annihilated into March, because that's been what we've been doing. So we'll have Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, The Bouncer, Prince of Persia Sands of Time, Prince of Persia Warrior Within, Prince of Persia The Two Thrones, Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus, which I've looked forward to playing to that game for years, MDK2, and Half-Life. That means April is going to be all Shin Megami Tensei games. Probably May, going to be all Shin Megami Tensei games. It's been a really long time since I've played the original Half-Life. I remember liking it, but there's parts of that game where it's like, it's got that stupid, like, you're stuck and you don't know what the hell to do type thing. Yeah, I know. The PS2 lineup is just amazing. The PlayStation 1 lineup is like, dear God, we have to beat this game so that we can hurry up to the next game. That is also trash. I'm a big fan of the Bouncer too. I don't think the Bouncer gets enough love. And it's funny because the Bouncer is either like a 10-minute game or like a 15-hour game, depending on how you look at it. multiple endings to the monster. The game gets longer and more challenging each time you play the game. Yeah, going into this, I never thought that the PS2 was going to be the main focus of it, but here we are. I mean, the other thing too is like I played way more PS2 games. I know what to expect from a PS2 game. Some of those PS1 games, like I thought like I would be prepared. I was not prepared. Not one bit. What am I missing? So I gone ahead and killed everything. Oh, okay. Why the hell that opens now? But if I were to skip to Crazy Taxi, that would mean that we'd have to bypass the insane sports marathon that happens at Game 50. Yep, 17 to 50 is a long.
17 to 50 is 9 Shin Megami Tensei games away.
I do not have the energy required.
This game is very Castlevania, like settings wise. What do you mean there's one servant left? Said that the last time.
don't know if I want to go to the top floor. I don't think I'm gonna hate them. I've always wanted to play those games. I know what the premise of Shin Megami Tensei's Nocturne is. Also, the Persona games. I've always wanted to play them. I've never played them. So far, I've honestly been decently... I've been okay with everything I've played so far. Like, Maximo pissed me off. My issue with Maximo is the fact that I don't understand why people like it. That was more befuddling to me than the actual game itself, where I was like, why do people like this fucking game? But, yes, the game did piss me off, but it was okay. It was a decent gaming experience, to be honest. I don't think the game's perfect. I don't think it's as good as people say it is, but I didn't mind playing it. So what I'm getting at is that's what I think the worst game is I've played so far. And I still kind of liked that game. So I don't see myself not liking the Shin Megami Tensei games. What I see myself not liking in those streams is people asking me how much I fucking paid for them. Free Fitty. Never once said I was a collector. Well, I just have a feeling that I have a feeling playing those 9 games in a row, I think 8 games in a row, there's gonna be some weirdos here. I've already been warned that it's going to happen. Let me tell you something. Let me give you a big warning right now. Let me give you a big little, like, ass. You're only allowed to be a weirdo here. You got big tits.
It won't move.
I feel like you could turn your brain off for most RPGs. No. See, Brad doesn't have big tits. Brad is a big tit. He's short in stature, but great in milk production. The only thing I'm getting at here is the only people I knew that even knew anything about the Shin Megami Tensei games were all the weird kids in high school that took Japanese class. The people I didn't like talking to about video games. I'm so happy you think that Metal Gear Solid is not a real game because they don't use actual Japanese fucking Americanized version. Okay, yeah, we'll go with the elitist Japanese class kids. Tell a better story. Been 20 years. I'm still waiting, kids that I don't talk to anymore. Waiting for that better story than Metal Gear Solid, children. You're already dead. Some of them might be. I'm only like half joking. I haven't talked to a lot of them since high school, but I was friends with a lot of kids that took Japanese. I took German because it was easy. I also took German because I was into black metal. I just... The only thing I didn't like about like the Japanese class kids was like they thought they knew everything about Japan. And I'd be like, oh yeah, you ever heard of a band called Shell Shock? You ever heard of X? You ever heard of Gauze? You ever heard of Abigail? Psy? You ever heard of Fastkill? Those are all Japanese bands. And then they'd all be like, that's not real Japanese music. Like, what do you mean it's not real Japanese music? Those bands are all from Japan. They're all Japanese people. I don't know how the fuck it's not Japanese music. Just because it's metal doesn't mean it's not real Japanese music. It's just not your idea of what Japanese music is. Sorry, it's not all J-pop. Land of the Rising Sun has some very tumultuous bands as well. Also, it's not all cookies and cream in the Land of the Rising Sun. There was once a thing called Om Shekiro. You might want to look into that one before you plan a trip on a Tokyo subway. With our powers combined, we can make it to where Wolfenstein never happened. So like, I've never been one for like, I don't care about Japanese popular culture. I like Japanese counterculture. Like their tuner car scene and like their crime scene and their metal scene. Punk scene. That's what I care about when it comes to Japan. If I ever go to Japan, I'm not going to be there to buy a $500 steak that's served to me by some chick in a ninja suit. I'm not there to go to fucking cons. I'm not there to go hang out at some manga place. I am there. I am going to go to Japan to sit on the Wangan and watch super fast fucking cars go down the road. I am going there to go to Record Boy. That's the only two things I want to do in Japan. Alright, I lied. I'm gonna go to all those Sega arcades too. Just so I can fight some Japanese person in Virtua Fighter 4 arcade and be like, alright, check this out. I know you can combo me to death, alright? I got that. I know you guys are just the shit at everything. But watch this. I can juggle you the entire round with 2 moves by Leon, and there ain't shit you can do about it. You ain't ready for this, Japan. Well, dude, I'm the same way. Don't ban Rogue Girl. Why you banning Rogue Girl? She is the #1 fan of this stream. That bot is always here. Damn it. Oh, well, the thing about caps, though, is, like, dude, you don't gotta worry about it. Like, the way I type, when I'm accidentally using caps, like all caps, it's generally because I forgot that it's on, and I don't generally look at what I'm typing when I type it. I type with, like, a 98% accuracy, so I barely ever actually look at the text box. So, when, the way I do capital letters, I don't use shift. I double tap caps. Dude, that sounds like a badass rap line. When I type, dude, I can't even say it again. Holy shit, that was tight. When I type, I don't use shift. I just double tap caps. Like, dude, that's fucking fire. That is fire. That is a fucking quadruple entendre. It has so many goddamn meanings. And it's so damn literal, because it's how I type. Wow. Didn't think that the most profound thing I was going to say today was double tap caps. MC Reaper coast to coast. Too bad there's already an MC Reaper. MF Grimm. MF Grimm has one of the sickest lines for a feature. He's on the song Take 'Em to War with Cool G Rap. And he says, there's a voice that comes on in the background. And it's like, who are you? And he says, Dr. Death, motherfucker, ever heard of me? Cross your fingers, cross your eyes, time for surgery, I'm already dead. So nah, you can't murder me, because quantities of entities set to me evilly. MC Caps Lock. Thank you very much for the way I type biddies. I can't even say the name of my favorite MF Grimm song. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck 'em. Time to load the clips, then we take 'em to war. Is it strange that you're in a stream
where you can learn more about rap, you can learn more about metal, you can learn more about wrestling, and you can learn more about video games and Simpsons lines. Fucking weird. Hello, Cool Caps.
LL Cool Caps is hard as hell. Battle anybody, I don't care who you tell. I excel, they all fail. Rock the bells. Cool Caps Luke. See, I've earned the ability to rock my hat sideways. I don't care what anyone says about me wearing my hat backwards and sideways. I don't care. All you gotta do is talk to me for 5 minutes. I've earned the right. Yeah, if I'm a 1980s bully, that means that I was bullied before I came out the womb. I was ghost in the suicidal ideation. Look out, Brazzers. I swear the sun goes down and something just happens in these streams. Unless I can see myself and people can't prove it's me anymore. The handles are let go of and things are said. Noob Cybot mode. In the daytime, I'm ice cold. I'm Sub-Zero. The second the sun goes down, I'm Noob Cybot. MILF's Acid Arrow. Oh, why it's so hard to pick shit. You can tell when I'm mentally frustrated when staring at a whole bunch of shit 'cause I start talking like Luna. Do you have any cigarettes? Yeah, MILF's Acid Arrow is a classic spell. Ghoul Touch. I think that's how you end up in prison.
Oh, Milf's acid arrow does some damage. It's like a wax dart. You have died from the gonorrhea, sir. How come no one sticks around for these streams? Alright, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Go back to a save area. Gotta get that Rygar review done. I'm actually just wrapping it up, WCW. Ask Bad Stefano why, because I'm assuming you're back home now. You know, no one ever has to point it out. I know how I talk sometimes. Sometimes I sound like the end of Americana. Welcome to Americana. Beginning of Americana. Please make your selection followed by the pound sign now. Gonna get it to stop at exactly 4 hours. Yep. We're gonna watch Rumble in the Bronx.
There is no purpose to my being here.
I hit the wrong mute. I'm trying to mute the game. There we go. Game is muted. Fine. Let me turn off desktop audio so when I turn on Twitch, I'm not bombarded by someone's Pal World stream. What the hell is a Pal World? Wow, I wish I was greeted by a fucking Pal World stream. What the fuck is this? Why are 28,000 people watching it? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. God damn it. Oh, come on. Don't give it to me again. Stop. Alrighty. That's over. We're going over to Koos's house. Yeah, I did. I found the front page. Alright, yeah, I should be back tomorrow. We'll do a long stream of this tomorrow. I just got off to a start way too late today. I was up late last night, staring at the goddamn ceiling.
Yeah, I got some reviews to catch up on and like good stuff. I hope everyone has an excellent rest of their day. Thank you guys for joining me. We got a little bit into this game. At least we got past the prologue, which is good enough for me. But we got the meat of the game coming up soon here. Interested to see how the story kind of pans out. I mean, we're only in chapter 1. I wonder if it's only 3 chapters like how the last one was. So figure that all out in time being. But catch you guys later, probably tomorrow. Ugh. Man, I turned 34 in 4 days. I don't feel like I've gotten any bit older in the past 5 years. It's strange, like, I have gray patches, but, like, I don't feel like I age. You heard it here first, folks. MC Caps Lock is a fucking vampire. Alright, y'all. Have a wonderful day. Peace.